welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Today is Monday's Sleepy Boring Objects. Not again. Monday's Boring Objects again? Only seems like a week ago. I know. I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but before I try and figure that out, just mention that I do have a website called jasonnewland.com where my recordings are available to download for free. I have a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. I'm also on YouTube, so all my recordings get uploaded to YouTube. I do 6 versions of each recording, 3 with music, 3 without, of various lengths. And I upload I upload one new recording each day on TikTok, Instagram and X. I do believe that's all the information I need to tell you. Other than I started a new recording recently, a new podcast, called Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation. So I've been working quite hard on that. I've been making recordings, and I think I've done 19 now. So yeah, they're also available on all the main podcasts, just as this podcast is available. My words aren't working today. All the main podcast hosts, such as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, etc., my podcasts are available on all of those. Just say thank you to Rachel, Miss Rachel 1709, who says thank you for the therapy and restful sleep, peace and support from Australia. And that was for my recording Rebuilding Self-Trust, Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation. So thank you, Rachel. Also, while I'm on messages, I do need to say a big thank you to Shanthini for your PayPal gift. Thank you very much. And also to Kim for your PayPal gift. Thank you very much, Kim. So Kim wrote, super appreciative, Jason. Thank you. Oh, I just realised it's the person that left me the message on YouTube. I'm glad you did that, because honestly, I'm talking to Kim now. Now I can say thank you to you on YouTube. Say thank you for the gift. Honestly, if you do send me PayPal, shall I start again? And it's an old thing. My nan used to say, "I'll go and put my teeth back in." I tell you what it is, right? I hope that's all it is. I'm not got some kind of brain thing going on. Well, I know I've got a brain thing going on. Blimey, I was born with it. But I can literally go days without talking to anyone. Apart from maybe the odd conversation in the park. But sometimes if it's raining, like today it's raining, I don't see anyone. So I'm literally all day without having a conversation, and then I make a podcast, and it's almost like I forget how to talk. I mean, sometimes I make a recording, and especially the more serious stuff, where I have to be pretty careful with my wording. And I made an attempt at saying a word 3 times, and it came out different each time. I'm like, what's going on? Sometimes I just struggle to pronounce words. Although the other day I was with a friend and I was struggling to pronounce a word, and I got very anxious, to be honest. And once I got into that zone, there was no way I was going to pronounce it. I knew how to pronounce it. It's just I got, in that zone of like, oh, you know what I mean? So yeah, if you do send me a PayPal gift, I do want to be able to say thank you to you. But unfortunately, the PayPal doesn't always give an email address that I can contact. So if you have, maybe you can put your email address in with a message or something, or if you're on YouTube, or just say it's, if you're on my Facebook group, just makes it a little bit easier so that I can thank you, because I don't want anyone to think that I'm not saying thank you for gifts, because I am thankful. In fact, I'm thankful for anyone that listens, genuinely. I mean, sometimes I sit here and I really do feel a flood of thankfulness. Now, and that might have sounded like I was just being sarcastic, and I wasn't. I realised it sounded a bit insincere, even to myself. Because to me, that sounded like I just said, yeah, sometimes I sit here and I just feel like, oh, I feel so thankful. Oh, I'm ever so thankful. I mean, genuinely, say now I can't even be serious. Genuinely, I am. Because doing this has given me a focus and purpose in life. Now, I realise I created it, 20 years ago. I started doing these recordings. There was no audience. I didn't even know that anybody else even did this stuff. And YouTube wasn't about it. Well, it wasn't popular at that time. Facebook wasn't really popular. It wasn't, we had MySpace. That was it. So, but if I hadn't had an audience, and I've had some pretty very loyal followers over the years. Followers, that sounds a bit too cult-like, doesn't it? Followers. But you know what I mean. Harem. My harem. And then I wouldn't have stuck at this, because probably 99.9% of the people that listen to my recordings never let me know that they're listening, never contact me. Which is fine, because this, there's no rules to say they have to. So it's nice that I get a few people that do. I say 99.9, probably 99% don't. 1% probably do. So I'm just thinking, I do get some messages. I don't know what the percentage is. 99.5 don't, maybe. I'm just thinking, I mean, in a week, okay, in a month, in a week or a month, should we do it by week or month? In a month, okay, so Spreaker, yeah, I found a way to talk about the stats. I feel that was quite clever of me, wasn't it? Don't you think? It's about, yeah, winning on a ray, and who the five, when you're already late. So if we go to Insights, all time, last 30 days. Okay, so I've got 3. I use I pay for 3 podcast services. I pay for Spreaker, and I've got 2 SoundClouds, because you can't have more than one podcast on the SoundCloud. So I've got 2 SoundCloud podcasts. So with Spreaker, the last 30 days I've got 28,090 downloads. So we'll just add this up, shall we? It's a guess. Well, that bit's not a guess, but the next bit will be. So if we just go 28,000 plus on SoundCloud 8,000 plus the other SoundCloud's about 6,000. So I'm getting 40, this last 30 days put it at 42,000 plays or downloads, whatever you want to call them. And then on YouTube, the last 30 days, so we can add all this up. It's a ballpark figure, and I've never understood that term. Anyone? Anyone? Ballpark. Okay, so, and I've got another 3,300. So plus 3,300 on YouTube. So that's 45,300 that I've got like listens of my recordings, whether it's on YouTube or my podcasts. The amount of messages I've had on my YouTube channel, I can show you actually. Responders said unresponded. Newest. Apply. So if we go through, this is the last 28 days. Source of date today, the 8th of June. 8th of June. I went on Facebook. Do you ever go on Facebook and look up someone from school? No, from your own school, that is. Like when you was a kid, I mean. I sounded wrong then for a minute, didn't it? I remember some of the names of kids that I went to school with, that I was friends with. And it's just, like, I had a friend called Carl. Not Carl, well, I did have a friend called Carl. But I had a friend called Stefan. And he was the coolest bloke. And he was a man at school. He was one of those that he was already basically physically a man when he went into first year of high school. And me and him got on really well. Just always did. There's no real reason for it, because we were very different. But we just got on really well. And we both started karate at the same time. In fact, I followed him. He said to me, "Oh, I'm going to karate tonight to see my brother," because his brother had started. And I said, "Can I come along?" And he said, "No." And I went anyway. And then we used to go. Then we started going every week, Tuesday and Thursdays. And during the break time, we'd be doing karate with each other. And the thing I didn't mention that he was like one of the tough kids. So he was one of the toughest kids in the school, pretty much. So it was quite nice, because I was doing my karate, knowing that, like, if he had, it taught me to defend myself really, really good. Because if he accidentally hit me, I knew I was going to get hurt, because he was twice my size. But he never tried to hurt me. He's one of these people that I haven't met many people that were nicer than him in the last 40 years. Genuinely. I'm not saying I haven't not met a lot of nice people, because I have. genuinely have. But he was lovely. He was like a no BS person, if you know what I mean. Like, didn't take crap, but at the same time didn't give it. Never gave it. Never took it, but never gave it. And just straight person, but also just really lovely. And I saw a picture of him with his wife or his girlfriend, and he doesn't look like I remember him. I'm trying to kind of, mind you, this was from like quite a few years ago, the last post, because a lot of people don't use Facebook anymore, do they? But it's like, he doesn't look as tall as he did when we was at school. I don't know if that means his wife or his girlfriend was fairly tall. She might have had high heels on or something. But to me, he was always like a giant, because he was a good 6'2", maybe 6'3" at school, you know, when we was teenagers. So I just assumed that he'd have kind of maybe got taller. But what the weird thing happened is when I left school, I don't know if this is weird or not, but I was I was kind of like in no man's land, because the family household ended quite abruptly, and I was living with my stepmom's mother, with my stepmom as well, my little brother, and I was sleeping on the floor, on a bed, like a camper bed thing, in the living room. My stepnan wouldn't let me stay in her bed. She said no. I said, well, what if I stay in your bed and you sleep in the camper bed in the living room? Because I thought the problem she had was me sharing a bed with her. No. I said, but you got a double bed. It's lovely, comfortable. And she was my nan, you know, there's nothing weird about it. Because at the time, when I first moved in there, we got on really well. After living there for about 5 months, our relationship was at a point where we never spoke to each other again. we fell out. Because there was not enough room in that flat. Basically, if you've got someone living in the living room on a camper bed in your home, and you're used to having it all to yourself, and suddenly you've got your grown daughter who's 30 or whatever, your grandchild, and your other 15-year-old grandchild, which I kind of was at the time, it was too much. I didn't appreciate that. I was more kind of thinking about my perspective. But, you know, as I got older, I've been able to, it's taken me 40 years, but I kind of realised that it must have been quite difficult for her. And, yeah, we didn't get on so well. Because she'd come in and just turn the TV off. It's too late, turn the TV. She'd just come in and literally turn it off while I was watching it. I mean, sometimes you'd turn it off while I was asleep. But she'd turn it off when I was watching it. And I can't imagine anyone doing that. I can't imagine doing that to anybody. Like, in the world. Someone's watching TV, and you walk up and turn the TV off while they're watching it. And expect that to sort of go unnoticed. So, yeah. I mean, I like to think that I was being considerate, but I possibly wasn't. Because, again, I was 15 years old. I might not have been as considerate as... I think I was quite considerate in my home, my child, you know, where I lived with my 3 brothers and that. There was consideration there. But I probably, because I didn't know how to act correctly with my step-grandmother. It was, yeah, I think it was just a difficult kind of situation. But anyway, I'm looking at how many people have sent me a message in the last month on YouTube. Right. Okay, so we've got 1, 2. I'm going to do real messages, not ones from Sebastian, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and five people sent me more than one message. So 13 messages in 30 days or 28 days. But that's not 30 people. It's probably about 20 people. Probably about 15 people. Really, Vinny? Can you make a bit more noise, please? Thank you. Messages on YouTube. How many messages have I done on YouTube? I've done that, so it's 13. 13 messages. Where else do I get messages? I don't, do I really? I got one on SoundCloud, and I've had a couple sent directly to my inbox, which is Jason Newland at hotmail.co.uk. So I've had a couple of messages in the last what was this? Okay, that's, I probably had 1, 2, but if I go for different people, so 1, 'Wow, okay. No, I think that's about 1, further to 6. I know. 1, 1, 1. Yeah, I can't find any others. There might be some there, but that gives you an idea of kind of the messages I get, or the comments I get. It's tiny, tiny perspective. So I've had probably 15, 16 people, maybe 15 people have sent me messages out of 45,300 listens. How do I work out what percentage that is? Divided by 15? Would that be it? No, I don't know. I mean, it's clearly very, very small amount. So I know I did get. I'm forgetting the important place, my Facebook group. Of course, I get messages on there, don't I? I apologise. I also need to say just a big sending love to Boston Chickie, who's really going through it at the moment. So if you know she's who she is on the Facebook group. Right, so I have had messages. I'm just looking through. So the last 30 days. So Karen said that she liked the breaking free from control and manipulation. I also got a lovely comment, but that was from YouTube, so I already posted that. so that's the only one I could find. But it's still... Oh no, because there was... Last night... What? I'll just log myself out there. Oh, just look at this. Mike posted something, 26th of May, so June, yeah. Looking up the different Jason Newlands. I don't know if you had the one, but there was a cage fighter or MMA fighter called Jason Newland as well. But if you go into Google, let's say this is, if I go into private, that means it's not like copying what I've already done. So if I go into private, new window, private. Yeah, this is in Microsoft Bing. So if I put in my name, not UK, not anyone, just my name, and my Apple Podcast comes up at the top. YouTube videos, my YouTube channel, Facebook group, my Facebook page, Jason Newland Hypnotist, 25,453 likes. Wow. No interaction at all on there. I post every day and I get the occasional like. Then my website, then Get Podcast, Podscan FM, all my stuff, Spreaker, and it gives me a couple of other options. Jason Newland Hypnosis for sleeping, Jason Newland Hypnosis, Jason Newland Episodes, Jason Newland Podcast, and then at the bottom there's 4. This is for a different Jason Newland MD nationwide, Columbia, Ohio, Jason Newland National Children's Hospital. So, yeah, I discovered him during the lockdown period because he was doing stuff on there. Oh, is that all that's coming up? Oh no, loads coming up. So yeah, it's basically me. Not all the way through. There's an MMA fighter on the 3rd page. But yeah, it's mainly me on there. So if I were to go to Google, do the same. Google.com. Accept all. Jason. Okay, my website comes up at the top. This is on Google. Spotify, my Spotify channel, Let Me Bore You to Sleep, YouTube channel, Apple Podcasts, my website again. Oh, don't know why it's coming up twice. Facebook, my Facebook page, Jason Newland Hypnotist, Spreaker, and then there's some stuff about the other Jason Newland, the doctor, 2 for him. And then you come back to me again on the next page, podcasts, and then you go back to Jason G. Newland, who is he is the doctor. Then back to me again, Instagram, YouTube, IMDb, hockey news. There's a Jason Newland is the site editor and reporter for the hockey news, Columbus Blue Jackets site. And then my website again, YouTube, Spotify, back to the doctor again, then another page, yeah, it's the doctor this time, LinkedIn, the doctor again. Then I've got someone called Jason Newlander. So I don't know what that's about. Stream hypnosis for sleeping deeply music. So that's my SoundCloud. And then my website again, YouTube, my X. There's a couple of other things on there. So yeah, it keeps coming back to me, but the further we get away, no, it's keep coming back to me again. Oh, listeners' reviews. Oh, there's a question here. Page not found. Oh, no. Damn it. I think I messed up a little bit. I think. I don't just think, I know. Because I swapped, Basically, what I did is I changed my website. Still jasonnewland.com, but I changed it to the Shopify, because I'm kind of thinking more long term now. But the pages from the other site aren't coming up, which included reviews. That's why I've got to stop making changes. Yeah, I need to make some changes though. And I just said I've got to stop making changes, but there's some other changes I need to make. What's another search engine? Search engine. DuckDuckGo. So we'll try this one. I don't want to download it, so I'll just search my name on this one, see what comes up. DuckDuckGo. Yeah, so this is boring objects, me searching for my name on search engines. Yeah. Stress and pain relief podcast, so that's me. Let me bore you to sleep. YouTube, Facebook page, my website jasonnewland.com, but then that's the playlist, so that's not coming up because it's the old site. Apple Podcasts, let me bore your pain away. Yep, that's good. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I remember what I did. That's all right. Yeah, I need to sort that one out. YouTube, LinkedIn, Get Podcast. So LinkedIn, I'm never on there because I don't think I am anyway. Get Podcast, short music, 1617. Let me bore you to sleep. Electoral register. Wow, I wonder if no. Will they have me on there? I don't think so. That would be weird. I think you can get people's details from a registration number online. If you put the registration number, you have to pay for it. But I think there is... No way. I'm coming up. That's not right. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Alright, I can't do that because I'm in private, so it's not working. Although I'm going to go back to that because I want to see. That's strange. So why other occupants? I do wonder. It makes me wonder. Like, there's a few new. I'm not the only Newland on the planet, you know. I know we've already established that at the beginning, but Jason, there's quite a few Jason Newlands on here. Wow. So, yeah, I didn't realise that it's an electrical roll, the electrical roll thing. and I'm down from 25 years ago. I don't live there no more. No. That's very strange. Very, 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 very strange. Beep beep. Shall I look up my mum? Shall I? I don't know what her surname is now. Her first name was Francesca. Francesca. Oh. So this is... wonder when this was from. Sorry, I'm just enjoying my own life now, and I'm just looking through stuff. Enjoying my own life. Enjoying my own... I forgot you were there. I do apologise. Ish. Wow. Which means I can now search that person. It's really weird because now I can see who she's living with on the electoral register. Oh, who's that? Who's Tom? Oh, yeah. I would have thought that stuff like this would be private. You know what I mean? Private, not like, yeah, private. Did I get the results of the that test I did online? I did an autism test online just to... It was a short test, it wasn't like a full thing. But I just... I remember years ago, because back in 2002, November, when I first started having difficulties with stress and stuff. Actually, it wasn't the first time, but when it was, yeah, it wasn't good. It was a challenging period, and I started looking for reasons. Started looking for, trying to explain it, I guess, to myself. So I read quite a few books, and the one thing that sort of jumped out was, well, at the time, Asperger's, or high functioning Asperger's, and although Asperger's I think is high functioning autism, like now that word is not used anymore. Apparently, it's, which is I don't know if it's a shame, because Hans Asperger, I think it was Hans, the very quite well known in that industry, and he wrote books on it, and he studied people, and he probably very much could be credited for bringing adult autism into the public focus. So I started doing online tests about 25 years ago, or 23 years ago, probably about 2003. And the tests, they haven't really changed. I mean, these were tests that weren't like professional organisations, but I went on to the autistic organisation for the UK. I think it's called Autism UK or something. And the test was pretty much just the same. And it's the same answers. And I remember I was on a retreat. It was a pain relief retreat using mindfulness. I think it's called body work retreat. So it's using meditation, mindfulness in order to calm down the mind, calm down the body, and deal with, chronic pain and stuff. So, and I remember I was sitting there opposite someone who was at a table. It was a big, long table, and it was a female community. So the retreat was it was basically a female Buddhist retreat, but they allowed it to be used by both sexes for this occasion. And I was sitting opposite a man, and a man, and he had, I don't know why, but I just remember him having bread in his hand, because the food there was a lot of soup. I definitely wasn't going to put any weight on being there. And anyway, it's not really part of the story, but we got talking, and I told him, I was partly, the reason I was there really wasn't for myself, but it was because of my intense interest in helping people with chronic pain. Because this was in 2005, and I'd already launched my free pain relief service in 2004, but I got no takers, so I didn't give up on it, but I kind of put it on hold, and then 2006 relaunched it and pumped a little bit of money into it to relaunch it and advertised, and it kind of took off. So I'm having this conversation with this man, and I suppose we're trying to get to know each other, and he said, "What do you do?" I said, "I work in insurance, also do hypnosis as well." And he said, "Do you want to know what I do?" I said, "Not really. I don't really. Do I need to know? Is it going to affect my life?" I didn't say that. I said, "Yeah, what do you do?" He said, "I work with autistic people." I said, "Okay, cool." And at this point, I'd read probably quite a few books. Well, not probably. I had read quite a few books on adult autism. Not, because obviously, I mean, now I'll say obviously, but there's the autism spectrum. It's now classed as, isn't it? And I knew very little about the actual autistic children and people with severe autism. I knew very little about that, and I wasn't interested in that. Not because I don't care, it was just I was interested in myself, and I was trying to find out about myself. And at the time, there seemed to be severe autism, and then like adults with Asperger's of various sort of degrees. But there didn't seem to be that like midway. It seemed it seemed quite limited and quite fixed. The way it was explained, for me anyway. And I found the children, well, people, it's not just children, is it? People that have severe autism, I never really met any. That's not true. I've met a couple, actually. Yeah, I've met a couple that would be at the time classed as Asperger's, and the only reason I remember them, and I knew nothing about autism at this time other than what I'd seen on telly. This is back in the 90s. Both of them were being picked on, and I came to their defence. And because one was so open, but he was, I don't know how to word it without sounding rude, so I'm not going to try and do that, because I don't want to sound rude, because I actually liked him. But he was saying stuff that is not socially acceptable, if that makes sense. Like, I used to say stuff that wasn't socially acceptable as well, but a lot of the time in my 20s I did it on purpose, just to wind people up. When I was a kid, I didn't know, but this was on a different level, like real different level. And so I kind of looked after him because he was working in the place that I worked. And then when I had my first sales job, there was a lady there who literally just sat on her own, didn't talk to anyone. You could say maybe she was shy, but from what I've learned after the event, I think I'm not a doctor and I can't diagnose anyone for anything, but I think there was a good chance she may have been autistic, like Asperger's or however you want to call it. And again, she was being made fun of because of the way she was acting, because she wasn't, her communication wasn't acceptable to those around her. Yet on the phone, she was really good. It's kind of a different thing. And she just had the skill on the phone, but in person, she didn't. And people were having a go at her for being rude. So I'd defend her. And she said to me, I remember saying to me, she like pulled me aside, because there was, it happened like 3 times just during the break time. A couple of people, the same person twice. And I said, that's enough. Just leave her alone, man. Not confrontationally, just... At the time, I would make fun of them. So if they said one rude thing to her, I'd say 10 rude things to him. Or her, depending on who it was, if it was a man or a woman. So that they would stop. So I'd turn it back on the other person. And she came up to me. I figured, she must feel appreciative in that, She came up to me and she said, you do know I'm never going to sleep with you. And I said, well, I don't, what? So I wasn't helping you out for that. What, never? No, I didn't. It never happened. I don't know why I said it. But I've always felt, ever since I was a kid, like a little kid, I felt very protective towards people that weren't necessarily able to defend themselves. Bearing in mind, I was a tiny child, so it's not like I was big and strong and tough. But if I saw someone being, not even picked on, but just being taken advantage of or something like that, I always had to get involved. I just couldn't help it. It was just a natural instinct. It's not because I'm nice, it's just, I don't know what it is. I've got no idea why. Because it's put me in trouble a few times. It's just not something I like. There's no need for it, is there? You know what I mean? In it. Oh, Facebook. So, oh, okay, so what am I doing? Messages now. I'll look at the different Jason Newlands. Just make messages. I don't even know what I could call this. I don't know, really. It's a bit strange. I mean, what have I talked about in this recording? Oh, yeah. So, I looked up, so I went on to the Asperger's, I think it was an Asperger's website. Do you really have to do that, Vinny? And I feel some of the questions, so if I go into autism, and in fact, if I just go into it should just come up, autism.org.uk. So this is the National Autistic Society, and yeah, this bloke who was sat at the table at the retreat, I said, well, I've been wondering if I've got kind of autistic traits, and he completely blew me out of the water. He said, nope. He stood up on the table, took his pants down, and said, no, you don't have autism. I work with autistic people. I know everything there is to know about autism, and you, my friend, are not autistic. Tick. He actually pronounced the word correctly. It was me that got it wrong just then. And I felt a little bit dismissed, if I'm honest. But then he wasn't a diagnostician. He was a care worker looking after people with severe autism. So I don't think he could really, that's where he was going. It's like almost he had his view and his experience of what that was without having experienced maybe what it also is in a different circumstance. Let's say with an adult who's holding down a job and got a family but has problems with communication and such and such. And back then there was a lot less known about it. I mean, it's a bit like Tourette's. Tourette's is now, I can't speak for everyone obviously, but I'd say the majority of adults know what Tourette's is now. They might not know exactly what it is, but they've heard of it. They know from the very least that it involves uncontrollable verbal or physical twitches or stuff like that. I mean, one of my bestest friends in the whole wide world has got Tourette's, or has had it all his life pretty much. I think it came on when he was about 7 or 8, but he didn't get diagnosed till he was 40. So I didn't know he had Tourette's when I first met him, and he's the one that owned the comedy club, and I actually went on stage and did a Tourette's joke because I'd watched the Tourette's documentary the day before or the night before, and he didn't like me, and I didn't know why he didn't like me, because I didn't know he had Tourette's, because he wasn't like shouting out swear words, which was the cliche what Tourette's is. And it's not just that. Sometimes it can be, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't shout out. It's different times, different things, different circumstances and everything, but he wasn't what I thought after watching that documentary. But I've seen someone with severe Tourette's walking through Stratford Shopping Centre shouting out the worst word you can say, bearing in mind how multicultural Stratford was, or still is. It's probably more multicultural back then than it is now, I reckon. How he got away with it, and he didn't mean to do it. Obviously, he didn't want to do it, but he just couldn't control it. And that's the thing. You deal with someone with Tourette's, you're dealing with some of the toughest people you'll ever meet. And I'm not talking about physically tough, but mentally strong, because they've had to deal with something like that and gone through childhood and school, education, with a lot of people not knowing what it was or what it is. Even now, even with the education we have, still millions of people probably don't know what it is, and they see someone shouting out stuff. And a good example would be the BAFTA Awards recently, a few months back, and it was the whole situation. The only people at fault was the TV channel that didn't edit it out. That was it. There was no one else at fault there. And you might say, well, why was a Tourette's person invited to a live ceremony? Well, his film, the film about his life, was nominated for a BAFTAs, so he had every right to be there. I think you'd probably agree with that one. Every right. He's, it's called I Swear, the movie. I haven't seen the whole thing, but parts of it got me almost in tears, actually. So so if you don't know what happened, you probably do, but if you don't, basically one of the stars of what's the movie that is a vampire movie? I forget. I didn't even think much of the movie when I watched it. I didn't even know it's a vampire movie until like halfway through, because it was just, in fact, I probably preferred the bit before the vampires arrived, because of I think I quite liked that bit. Yeah, because it's like a bunch of blues singers, and it's two twins, businessmen, and they're opening, like a nightclub. And this is based in, I don't know what years, 100 years ago or something, in the backwaters of America. And it might have been 100 years ago, it might have been the 1950s or 40s, 30s, something like that. Which is 100 years ago, isn't it, actually? Nearly. So that bit was good because it seemed quite genuine, the way the whole thing was put together, the vehicles or the vehicles, and the clothing, and the way they were talking, and the atmosphere was good. Anyway, and then vampires popped up, and it got, I don't know, I didn't dislike it. I just found it once the vampires arrived, I didn't find it at all thrilling or anything. Maybe it's just I've seen so many vampire movies over the years that it's quite difficult for me, it's been quite difficult for any horror movie to pop up where they have surprises. I mean, it does, occasionally there is one, but so, I don't want to say systematic or like got the same kind of layout and plot, but to be original, I think it can be quite difficult, I think, especially with big budget movies. I think originality will come in small budget movies, but then no one gets to see them because they're small budget, potentially. Although there's 2 horror movies that apparently, one was made for $1 million, one was made for 10 million. I don't class that as small budget, but it's took America by storm, both of the movies. And the 10 million one has made like 150 million or 200 million at the box office. So yeah, it's a good profit. But then I'm sure, I can't remember who it was. There was a couple of stars that starred, they were Hollywood stars at the time as well. I don't know if it was Tom Hanks or Tom Cruise. It was someone really huge, a huge star at the time. I mean, they're all huge, but at the time they used to be like massive, didn't they? Stars, both of them, in the 90s and whatever. And they did a movie where they took a percentage of the profits, and they ended up making more money from that movie than they had from pretty much anything else they'd done. And I think Hollywood stopped doing that because it was a good way to get big stars into a movie. But if the movie was successful, it was a really expensive way to pay, because the profits go well down if you're paying multi-millions. So if you end up paying like 40-50 million to a star that would have maybe got 10 million for the movie. I'm talking about millions like it's just pennies, aren't I? Like I know what I'm talking about. I mean, that was a really vague story as well, wasn't it? It wasn't even, there was no real context or content or substance or other words that mean similar things to it. So let's have a look. Excuse me. Vinny's now begging. I don't quite know what he wants. So this bloke said, "No, you're not autistic. No. So, I didn't want to be autistic. I didn't want to be bipolar. I didn't want to be any of those things. I just wanted to know what was going on so I could find a way to deal with it. That's all. Just so I could go to work and be able to function. That's all I wanted. I wasn't after anything else. I wasn't looking to be unemployed. I wasn't looking to get handouts or to anything. All I wanted was just to continue with my life as it was, but without feeling unwell. And yeah, in the end, I think going to the Buddhist center helped because I learnt to meditate, and that was useful. It really was. I remember, blimey, I used to take, what do they call oils? Olive oils? What do they call them? Oils, anyway, smelly oils on a handkerchief in order to kind of smell them and calm myself down. And I'd be counting down, I'd be trying to set up anchors, which is like a hypnotic thing, in order to calm myself and relax my body, while I was on a phone call to a customer, and it was like ongoing. I was trying to do all these things all at the same time, and it was very, very challenging, should we say? Challenging. Where's the National Autistic Support Services and autistic adults? So I wanted the guide national about autism, diagnosis, before diagnosis. I think I've gone to the wrong one, actually. So that's that one. This was Autism Partnership Foundation. Maybe that's the one. Is that the one? Which has the form agree. It might have others. Our mission, learn more about no. Professions for families, about us, for professionals, families, my account. Nope. Okay, so if I go into assessment form, online autism assessment. So there's different ways you can do it. There's now a thing in the UK called rights to, I forget what it's called, but it's basically the National Health has it's a new thing where, well, it's not new, I don't think, but it's recent, where you got the right to ask your GP or your doctor to put you through to an assessment centre, and the NHS pays for it. Otherwise, you've got to go private, and it's £1,800. So, which is quite a lot of money, I do believe. So I've looked into this. I got a friend who did it recently, and she told me about it. So, assessment test. Online. I just want to go through it so you can see what it is. Oh, it's not. If I put 3, okay, here we go. Got it. I found it. I found the one that I did. Autism Detect. Because you can get your initial screening, which is £15, if I remember rightly, and then if you end up going and they say, yeah, you're a suitable candidate, £9.99, sorry, 15-minute screening for only £9.99, but then it's like £1,800 for the actual assessment privately. Online tests, private autistic assessment. Take a free autism test. I did this yesterday or the day before. So it's only a few questions. I'll go through it with you so you just see what it says. This is the first question. I prefer doing things myself rather than with other people. Now, what would the answer be to that one? The answers are definitely agree, slightly disagree, definitely disagree. I prefer doing things myself rather than with other people. So I think anyone that knows me knows it's going to be definitely agree. I like keeping to the same way of doing things rather than changing it up. Yeah. Why? That just makes sense to want to do it the same way. And maybe it's boring, but I mean, if it might seem like, oh, do it different, why just do it the same way? You wouldn't say that to a surgeon, would you? A surgeon's about to take your appendix out and say, why don't you try a different technique? Maybe take it out through my toe. No. The next one is, I often hear little sounds that other people don't seem to notice. I'm going to say yes to this because I do notice sounds. And I've had people in the past say, I can't hear nothing. But on the same side, I'm not around people. So that's one of those things that I found a little bit hard. But I would definitely agree. I'm going to go slightly agree with that. Because I can't really answer about the other people. But I notice all. Actually, I'm going to say definitely agree. I'm going to go slightly agree. But yeah, I'm very, very audible. When lots of people are talking in a group, I'm able to follow what everyone is saying. How can anyone do that? Seriously. You've got 5 people talking. Can anybody honestly say, with complete honesty, when it's like a room full of people talking, that they can follow the conversations between everyone? Anyone? I'm waiting. Like, definitely disagree. It is awful. I have to walk away. Even worse if someone's trying to include me in the conversation and I've got 2 people. I think he's found a fly he wants to try and catch. And I've got 2 people talking to me at the same time. That is an impossible... Oh, no. But even if I'm not included and I'm just at a table... Because this happened at a group when I was a counsellor. It was further professional training, whatever. And they said, break up into groups now and we're going to do an exercise. And I just made sure it wasn't physical. And they said, no, you can still sit down. I said, good. Vinny, you got your food, you haven't eaten it. That's all you're getting today, mate. No, I don't care. If you decide, if you want to lose your food, then you don't eat. And before you go, oh, but it's been there for hours. What about some of the stuff you eat off the grass that's been there for days? Some of the things I've seen you eat, Vinny, off the floor, is unrepeatable. Anyway, I'll just give him some fresh food later if he doesn't eat it. But I don't want him to know that. I just want him to eat it. Yes, I was at this table and there was 1, 2, 3, 4, probably about 6 of us, and they literally were all talking at the same time. And I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to leave or have a tantrum and tip the table over, but obviously I'm not going to do that. But I wanted to just tell everyone to shut up, one at a time. But also I couldn't do that either. So when lots of people are talking in a group, I'm able to follow what everyone is saying. I can't even follow what people are saying when it's just one person sometimes. I can easily tell what someone means by their tone of voice. No. Because a lot of people lie, don't they? The amount of people that are incongruent, that I've known over the years, and like, you're right, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, but you look like it's like someone's just run over your foot. Like, what do you mean you're fine? Yeah, I'm okay. Well, tell your face. So, I don't know. Tone of voice. Yeah. No, I can tell someone means by their. I can tell easily what someone means by their tone of voice. You can't know, can you? Tone of voice. I understand. Like if someone's like super excited, and they're like, "Ooh, it's Christmas, wee," you know, like, yeah, okay, I get it. They're excited. It's Christmas. I used to be excited when I was a kid, I think. Yeah, I was. Because it was toys. New toys. And regardless of how weird I was, I still loved new toys. Yeah, I did. Loved it. But then when you're little, you can just kind of be yourself and almost just is accepted. You know, I was 8. However weird I was just accepted. No one questioned it. You know, I was living with new parents for a year at that point. They just accepted that's what I was like. That fly is proper. Are you watching that fly as well? I can see it. Where did it come from? See, you'll eat that fly, won't you, if you get a chance, but you won't eat your dinner. Do you know what I mean? Do you know why I'm going for that? It don't make no sense. So I can easily tell what someone means by their tone of voice. Not easily, no. You have to be really extreme. Like if someone's shouting, I can tell they're angry. If someone's like laughing, I can tell, but I guess that they're happy or they find something funny. But yeah, it has to be extreme. That's why I've always struggled with relationships or beginnings of relationships, because I can't read the cues unless, I mean, even sometimes unless a woman, I'm talking about the past, literally tells me that they like me, then I don't know. I won't know till they tell me. Or it's so obvious that I can't not know, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I can't take hints. I don't know. I can't read. Is it reading between the lines when people are talking to me? Sometimes I can get it with other people, I think. I just find it confusing, actually. So I can easily tell what someone means by their tone of voice. No, I can't easily do that at all. When I'm interested in something, I can get really, really into it and feel upset if I can't do it. Of course, doesn't everybody? I mean, if you're if you want to do, if you're really into something, and that's what you want to do, you don't want to be disturbed, do you? You don't want anyone else talking to you or phoning you or interrupting, and you want to do it kind of all the time. Okay, I want to do it all the time. A good example of that really was when I was learning to build websites in 2000 and 2001. I devoted over a year, but a year and a half nearly, focused on learning HTML code, building websites. That's what I did all day, every day, 5 days a week, for sometimes 15, 16 hours. Sometimes forgot to eat. I was going to bed early hours in the morning, waking up early in the morning. You know, I was getting maybe 5 hours of sleep I was just absolutely so invested in it. It was the most important thing ever at the time. And I don't know why. It grabbed me. And I loved it. Anyway, I enjoy meeting new people and making new friends. No. No. Sorry. There's no nice way to say it, is there? Like, well, you don't mind meeting new people. I don't mind meeting people I know, and I know, at some point they were new people, but I didn't like talking to them when they were new, necessarily. I prefer the kind of gradual thing, sort of with dog walking. You just get used to seeing someone, and then maybe they call me and say, "Oh, you dropped your hammer," and I said, "Oh, okay, thanks." And then you start saying hello to them the next day. "Vinny, will you go away, please, mate? Why are you bothering me? Why are you hassling me?" He's bored because the TV's off, and I was trying to catch the fly. See, it doesn't bother me. If I'm sitting on a chair, it doesn't bother me at all. He just cuddles up to me. That's it. Unless he needs to go for a toilet. I find myself spotting and remembering things like number plates or train times. No. Not really. Spotting and remembering things like... The things I remember is like things from the past. Dates or years. Not necessarily the months, but the years. I remember that. But that's important. Remembering things like number plates or train times is absolutely pointless. So, disagree. People sometimes tell me that I talk about the same thing for too long. Do we need to... Okay, right, definitely agree. Yeah, I've been told that enough times. Sometimes people just have to stop me and they say, "I don't care how many pairs of underwear have holes in them." And just can we just stop? Like, I'm sorry. I often spot patterns in things around me, like in numbers, shapes or colours. Yeah, I notice... Another way of saying it is I notice things that are missing from the pattern, in a way. So, if someone says something and then they say something different, I remember that. I notice that. What's the word? Inconsistencies. So I notice inconsistencies, which is a pattern. It's a weird kind of pattern. But then, at the same time, when I'm watching TV and there's writing on the screen, I will write it out with my finger and imagine I'm kind of writing over the words. So if I'm watching a podcast or something and it's on the TV and the words are on the screen, they just stay there, I'll write over them with my finger, like over and over and over and over again. And if I'm in a car, I will watch the different lampposts, like almost connected them up with an invisible wire, like a little monkey swinging from each one. I've been doing that since I was a kid. Yeah, that might be a bit weird. something I really do notice is people's physical features. It's not in a way of in order to like mock or be prejudiced or anything. I just can't help it. I notice everything. I notice absolutely everything about a person if I'm paying attention. Now, if I'm not paying attention, I might not even look at them, so I couldn't tell you what someone looks like. But if I'm talking to them, I just know, honestly, I just map out their face, map out their body. I'm not staring at their body always, but it's almost like it's like I'm tracing them in my head almost. It's kind of strange, really. Sounds a bit weird. So yeah, I notice how people look. I notice the small things. So I'll definitely agree with that one. So, when my daily routine changes unexpectedly, do I feel okay about it? Do I heck? An example of that is if I'm getting my second breakfast ready. So let's have, I took him out to the park and I'm coming back and I get something to eat and I'm going to watch Frasier. Someone knocks at my door. I couldn't even tell you how unpositive I feel in that moment, because I got my breakfast and I don't eat with other people around. That's my time. It's me taking a break from the internet, taking a break from everything, just watching a bit of telly, relaxing with Vinny sitting next to me or going to sleep next to me. Yeah, so if I'm going to do something and like there's not enough milk for my breakfast cereal. Wow. Even though I can walk up to the petrol station and get some, no. So I've got a daily routine. Not every minute of the day is routines, but I've got routines and I don't like them changing. But I imagine most people are like that. I just don't know. I find it easy to start talking to people and keep a conversation going. Not really. I can talk to people I know. But it needs their participation. And it depends what mood I'm in as well. Sometimes I literally run out of words. And some people I feel uneasy around. I don't feel relaxed. So I say very little to them. Other people I just feel very relaxed with and I'll just open up and overshare. But I still don't know what they're thinking inside. I know there's no way of knowing really, but I think I must be the only person, I feel like I'm the only person on the planet that can't read other people's minds, and also that doesn't know everything. It seems that everyone I seem to meet or have met in my life have been able to read other people's minds. I know what you're thinking. I know what she was thinking or he was thinking. I could read you like a book. And they also seem to know everything. Everyone's an expert. And I know I'm not. I've never pretended to be. I don't think I even wanted to be. So I can't read minds, and I don't know everything. And I'm willing to admit to both of those. And some people, I've noticed, especially when I was younger, used to get really upset when I said, I don't know. If they'd asked me a question, I said, I don't know the answer to that. Why don't you know the answer? And I think all they really wanted me to do was just lie and make it up. And I didn't want to do that. I mean, I had a supervisor once, and whenever I asked him a question, he'd always say the same thing. So I'd say, what's the time distance between someone taking out a policy on a van, or on a, and which is not for commercial use, just for private use, and if they have to change it over for business use, how long do they have that they'll be insured for before they have to change over to another company which covers... I don't know why I'm getting so involved in this question. Anyway, I'd say that to my boss, not every day, 'cause I'd ask a different question, and he'd say, what do you think the answer is? And he clearly didn't know, did he? Otherwise, he would have just said what it was. And it was amazing that he did quite well. But at the same time, he didn't really know what he was doing. Like he just blagged his way through it. And I saw that in quite a few of the team leaders, where they just didn't know. They didn't know the answers to the questions. Yet we're supposed to know all the answers. Apart from one person, well, no, there was another person who came in. He was a team leader. Will you just keep quiet, Vinny? What are you doing? There was this team leader that came in, and he'd worked in the he'd worked in customer services, and he basically came in, and he did I think he did a month on the floor as sales before they made him a team leader in the sales department, because he needed to learn how to do the sales. And he literally was so good because he had all the answers. There wasn't anything he didn't know about insurance, it seemed. So instead of like trying to convince a customer to buy, he would actually just tell them straight, this is what happens in the event of a claim. This is where we are as a company compared to other companies. This is how many people we have that we employ. This is how, and just like, I used to listen to him and I used to think, when's it home time? I did. I could do some chocolate. But yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. So I find it easy to talk to people and keep a conversation going. It's not easy. If it's someone I know, it's different. If it's someone that I'm friends with, because there's a different situation. Someone I don't know, like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. So I don't find it easy. When someone is talking to me, I can easily understand what they're hinting at. Oh, I've already mentioned this. No. Unless you are absolutely obvious, I won't know. I could give you some examples, but it would probably come across as a little bit rude. But I don't, blatancy, not rude blatancy, but sometimes I just need it, just like say what you want. And I have said to people in the past, you just tell me what you want, because I don't know what you're talking about. And that can sometimes come across as a bit rude, maybe a bit angry. But for me, it's like, just, what do you want? And not out of impatience, just so we can just get through it, you know? You need my help, then just ask me you need my help. Don't start talking about, you know, people do compliments and they compliment you, and you start to realise, wait a minute, the patterning of they only ever compliment when they want something. Or if they do compliment you, it's normally within a conversation, like a normal conversation. But if they start a conversation with compliments, then they're after something. And also the way people talk, the speech patterns, the speed, the body language, kind of. I thought you said you couldn't understand what people are on about. It's not that. It's just there's a certain pattern that I've noticed that maybe it's. I mean, I can only really speak for the people around here, but I had over 10 years of people continuously asking me for things, continuously trying to making up stories and fibs, sometimes telling the truth, or really going around the houses before saying what they really want. And because I'm not great on the old hinting part, just like, get on with it, what is it you want? So I know, and then I can say, okay then I could, you know, once I know what you want, if you need me to help you with something, just ask. Blimey. So when someone's talking to me, I can easily understand what they're hinting at. No, because I don't know. I can't read minds, and that's part of the reason I ask people, just to sort of say, what is it you want? What is it you're trying to say? Because I don't understand what someone's saying. I was like, you're saying this, but that contradicts what you said before. Because I remember what you said before. I didn't until you started talking today. That's another thing. I don't know why that is. You know, if someone says to me, when we visited the local bridge when it was being built when I was 9, and they said, oh, we visited it, we didn't visit it until it was in action. And instantly I remember, like, no, we visited it while it wasn't even built, or why it wasn't allowed to be in action, because the first day that it was open, it was too windy, and I think that the bridge was swaying a little bit, so there was no, we actually went onto the bridge a little bit and then got kicked off. Now part of that might not be true, but as an example. And the thing is, I've actually had people say to me, sort of correct me on something, saying, no, this happened. Like something that I've done. No, this happened. And I'm thinking, you don't realise that I remember. Now that you've mentioned it, I remember exactly what order things happened. I'm not saying I've got a good memory at all, or that I can even remember. There's a lot of stuff that I've forgotten. But it's that contradiction, that inconsistency that seems to kick in my memory. Where if someone says, oh, you were wearing them shoes, or you got Vinny, someone to look after Vinny that day, and I can search back to it. But if they say something blatantly that's just wrong, instantly, like, wait a minute. Sometimes the whole conversation comes back. It's like, no, you said this, I said that, you said this. And I'll give you an example. And this lady the other day, she's a dog walker, like myself. And I said, I think I saw you last night. Because I was walking away from the park and there was someone walking into the park, but it was quite a distance. And she said, no, I wasn't out last night. I didn't take my dog for a walk last night. I said, you was wearing a white top, a white jumper. And she said, oh yeah, that was me. Because I didn't know it's her, because basically her dog is off the lead, so it wasn't with her, but it was further behind her. So I didn't get to see her dog, I just saw her walking into the park. So I thought, I don't know if it's her or not, or with my eyesight, because I was a fair distance away, but I could kind of tell the way she was walking, but then the dog wasn't there, so all the bits of that puzzle weren't there. But then when I said to her, when she said, no, it wasn't me last night, because I thought, okay, you wearing a white top or a white jumper? She said, oh yeah, I was out about 7. And I thought, wow. I don't know what the point of that story was. So definitely disagree. I can easily understand what they're hinting at. No. When I look at things, I tend to notice small details more than the big picture. Definitely agree on that one. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can see, I notice little things. It's probably why I've not been successful with this, because I've not been able to look at the bigger, at the possibilities. Bearing in mind I've been doing it 20 years and I've got I've probably got the best audience that anyone could ever have. I've got a very loyal audience, and along the line I could have, surely someone with a bit more business sense, or some business sense, could have turned this into something at least like a job, at least that could pay for me to have a living. But that's big picture stuff. I focus on just making the recordings and doing the little bits, and then I kind of feel good that I've done it. Like I did my recording this morning for the, I don't know what it's called, I keep forgetting, breaking free from control and manipulation. So I did that one and I felt good. Didn't do it yesterday, and I didn't feel good. I felt a bit rubbish all day yesterday. So today I did it in the morning, and when I was sitting down at 10 o'clock, having uploaded everything, recorded it and uploaded it and edited it and all that stuff, I felt like I'd accomplished something for the day. And I need that feeling. And I do. It doesn't have to be making one of those recordings. It could be a relaxation session. It could be a chronic pain release session. It's not the recording itself. It's just that I've done something that I feel is worthwhile and hopefully could help someone. I can usually tell how someone is feeling just by looking at their face. No. The amount of times I used to think I could, and I'd ask them, and they'd say, no, I'm fine. Are you sure you're fine? You look angry. No, I'm fine. Well, you're in a good mood. No, I'm not. I just come back from a funeral. It's like, I can't get it. I can't. Just confusing. I would rather spend time in a quiet library than in a noisy party. Wouldn't anybody? Definitely agree. I mean, who'd want to be in a noisy party? I realise a lot of people would, but I'm not into noise. When reading stories, I find it easy to picture what's happening in my mind. No, I don't. No, I don't seem to. I've got internal dialogue, but I don't have internal images so much, if that makes any sense. I remember voices, and I can hear voices. That sounds bad, doesn't it? I don't know. I can. This is something that people don't believe. I've told this story before. I had a customer when I was doing this sales in insurance. I had a customer phone me up, and they said their name, and I said, "Did I speak to you last month?" And they said, "What's your name?" I said, "Jason." They said, "I've got no idea." And that's not the end of the story. That would be particularly boring, wouldn't it? It's not the end of the story. So I went into the file, because then you can see who did the original quotation, because they were phoning back to take the quote. And it was me. I did the quote. But I remembered their voice. And I remembered something about them as well. And I thought to myself, wow. As far as superpowers go, that's a real pointless one. I remember people's voices. I can hear, I just do. I don't know what it is. It's the tone. Maybe it's because I was partly deaf when I was a kid, so I had to try a little bit harder to hear. So I appreciate hearing things. I'm a much auditory person than a visual. Although I do like visual things as well. But art is kind of just wasted on me. But classical music isn't. I'm a big fan of classical music. I don't know anything about it, but I listen to classical music every day, and you know, it does touch me. I find myself getting completely absorbed in my interests so much that I forget about other things. Yeah. I mean, this is, I guess, my interest. My dad always said this is just a hobby. So I class it as more than a hobby, but as far as hobbies go, it's not a bad one to have, is it? I mean, if I was a train spotter, I'd be getting wet half the year. So at least I'm in the warm, I suppose, doing that. But I've got a lot of respect for train spotters, stamp collectors, people that collect the numbers of planes, take pictures of birds. Anyone that does something that they absolutely love, whether it's, you know, for a living or whether it's part-time as a hobby, if you can find a job doing what you love, then, you know, it's the old cliche, you never work a day in your life. But for me, I'm grateful I found something that hopefully helps people. But I could probably get just as much out of doing something else that was completely useless to other people. Useful for me and my mental health. And maybe train spotting would be better for me, because I'd be meeting people, wouldn't I? And I'd just, I don't know, maybe that would be better for my mental health. I'm not sure, but because this is very solitary. The next one, I enjoy having casual chats about nothing in particular. Yeah. Sometimes only people I know. I like to have a subject. I like to have a reason to talk, and for it to mean something. Talk about something meaningful. Just pointless chatter. Although I can do it, obviously, because I do it every day. So I can do it, but I can talk. Here's the thing. I can be the talker, but I don't want to be the listener. So I can't have a chat about nothing in particular, but I can talk about nothing in particular, as I do with these podcasts. But I couldn't listen to someone else also talking about nothing in particular. So I disagree with that, because this is a dialogue. This is I guess I'm talking at you, aren't I, really? Although we know I'm talking to you, really, you know. So, a dialogue of diatribe, is that what they call it? When I'm talking to someone, I sometimes find it tricky to know when it's my turn to speak. I've been told by many people I talk over them. I did try and learn to wait my turn when I was a counsellor, and it's been something I've been working on for decades. So also when I was doing sales, so you know, I learned how to kind of keep quiet, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know. I don't always know, because it's hard. Sometimes people stop talking and then start talking again. It's like, I wish we could have some kind of system where a light comes on. We have a light on our head and it goes red when you stop talking, or goes green, which means the other person can go and start talking. Go ahead, talk now. And you wait until you say what you've got to say, and then you go green. So whatever, it's a colouring system of some kind. That would make sense to me. So yeah, I find it very. I talk over people. I try not to. I really try not to, but it's hard, because. And it's really difficult to say this without it coming across as selfish or probably immature, many words probably, but most of the time I'm more interested in what I've got to say. It's, you know, I prefer to talk than to listen. So yeah, it's kind of, I enjoy chatting, but don't necessarily need someone to chat back to. That's why making podcasts is perfect for me, because I can just talk for long periods of time, like nearly 2 hours I've been talking now, and it only seems like maybe 10 minutes, really, doesn't it? No one's going to agree with me on that one, are they? It only feels like 5 minutes. So it's you know what I mean? It's like, it's very strange. I know, yeah. So the next one is, I enjoy doing things without planning at first. Why would you have to plan something before you do it, don't you? I'm not just going to suddenly wake up and I'll just suddenly be in town in a pub, sitting at a table or whatever. Just, you have to plan. I need to know, if I'm going somewhere, I need to know, I need to have notice. Ideally a good couple of weeks. Otherwise, the closer it gets to it happening, the less relaxed I tend to feel. Especially if I have to go out somewhere. That's why I get taxis when I go into town. Not the only reason, because the buses are quite irregular. But I know if I book a taxi the night before to pick me up at, let's say, 8:30 or 7:30, whatever time, 9 o'clock, then I have to get out of bed and I have to have a shower and be ready for that time. If I just rely on myself getting out of bed and getting ready and going and catching a bus that I'm not sure what time it's going to be there, but hopefully it'll be there at 9, chances are I'll just go back to bed. So I order a taxi knowing that, you know, if it turns up, they'll ring me up, and if I don't get in there, I still have to pay them. That's a good incentive to go and actually get in the car and be ready. So I do not enjoy doing things that aren't planned, but then I don't particularly necessarily enjoy things that are planned. Depends what they are. This was a bit of a weird one. I often find it hard to understand why people find certain jokes funny. I know why I find things funny, and I've got a sense of humour. I think everybody's got a sense of humour. We've all got our own sense of what we think's funny. But anyway, laughing is it's not a conscious thing, is it? It's if we laugh, we laugh. It's not like we decided, I'm going to laugh at that, I'm going to laugh at this. There's a motorbike in the background. So I'd probably say that I don't necessarily find... I do wonder why people laugh sometimes. I feel like I'm kind of out of the loop. But I'm going to slightly agree with that, but not completely. Slightly agree. Whoops. Previous. Next one. When I was little, I enjoyed playing pretend games with other children. How much noise can one little pretend motorbike make? When I was little, I enjoyed playing pretend games with other children. I don't really know, if I'm honest. Pretend games, I used to like playing pretend games with myself. Just thinking, when I was a kid, going back to as far back as I can remember, during playtime, I'd sometimes play, but a lot of the time I'd be on my own, walking around the field, singing, both in junior school and high school. Then other times I'd run around. So, yeah, I'm going to go slightly disagree with that. I like collecting lots of information about specific things. Like it says like dinosaur, trains or plants, but no, for me it's books on, well it was books on certain subjects like autism or hypnosis or Buddhism or psychotherapy or NLP or hypnosis or web design, or what other things have I been interested in over the years? The beatnik generation, you know, lots of different things that I've been interested in over the years, vampires and werewolves and stuff. So I used to get fixated on one thing and I get so caught up in it, and I would buy, like, yeah, as well, massage, reflexology. I had so many books on that subject. I just get into it. I can't help it. So I used to like collecting books, but for a specific reason, on actual subjects. There was a time that I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books on hypnosis. I had over 100 books on Buddhism. So at the moment I'm not collecting anything, but my whole life I've kind of have been. It is fun. New situations make me feel that's what I know it's time to finish the recording. When I can't eat. It's not even like I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to read. Perhaps if I'll just do it with my right eye. I can see it better. My left eye, all the words go together. New situations make me feel worried or uncomfortable. Yeah. I imagine that's for most people though, isn't it? I find it hard to tell what other people might be thinking. Yeah, we covered that earlier, didn't we? I already went through that. When someone interrupts what I'm doing, I can easily go back to my task. No. No. People often tell me that something I've said is a bit rude, even though I thought it was fine. Definitely agree. I've been, oh man, I've lost a lot of friends over the years because of that. I've lost jobs. I've like everything. Like, I didn't mean it rudely. I didn't mean like, you know, I'd be a school friend. Like, I didn't mean it rudely. I just said that your mum was attractive. I didn't mean anything by it. Where did you put a camera in the bathroom? No, that didn't happen. I prefer looking at the whole picture rather than focusing on tiny details. Definitely disagree. Have we done all this already? Did we already do that? I find it easier to do more than one thing at once. No. Blimey. One thing at a time. I've got to put my name in. Right. Let's have a look. What does it come as? 21. Thank you, Jason Newland, because I didn't put my right name in, for completing the test. Based upon your answers, you experience strong likelihood of autism. Therefore, it is likely that you're autistic. Strong likelihood. So no tendencies is 0 to 7. Few tendencies 8 to 12. Slight tendencies 13 to 15. Borderline indications 16 to 19. Strong likelihood 20 to 30. Yesterday I got 22, so I don't know what I did different. I guess it's just a different day and I was thinking differently. It can happen, you know. It can happen. I swear down. I heard someone again on TikTok say, I said it with chest. It's like, really? Are you listening to yourself? I said it with chest. But what does that even... does it mean? What does it mean? Hey. I said it with chest. Do you find that funny, that way of talking? Oh, Vietnam's been... hello anyone from Vietnam if you're listening. They've been very busy today online. United Kingdom. Who's listening from the United Kingdom? Nowhere near where I live. Hayes is number 1, Matlock second, Brent, Liverpool, Beckenham, Hartlepool, City of London, Eastbourne, Sunderland, Leeds, Huddersfield, Pontefract, Luton, Swindon, Nottingham, Dorking, and Heckmondwike. Cool. So yeah, that's it. That's nice. Now, Vietnam, I got Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh, Da Nang, Baria, Tu Thao Province, Nha Binh Province, Haiphong. That reminds me, I did the massivest poo earlier. Lam Dong Province, Bac Giang Province, Bac Ninh Province, Dong Nay Province, Hai Drong Province, Bac Can Province, Tien Giang. So, hello everyone. I don't know, there's lots of different places that people listen. Geolocation, sources, where's everyone listening from? 11 people from my website. Chrome is the number 1, Apple Podcasts is second, Podcast Addict is third, and my voice is getting croaky. So I better go because I've got to take the little one out, and I also have to eat because I got to eat. Yeah, because it's eaty time. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel, how relaxed you feel in your feet, how relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free, noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, drip in out of every part of your body. And being released your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely, the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. Tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more
peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed.
even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice. to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm and that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body. So comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs. muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, muscles, the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also in my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And as you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, you know, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. Six. 5. As you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down resting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 17, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything, every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? Almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing sensations in your ankles. Noticing now your toes on both of your feet, being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. And as I massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck, of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand, just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine, almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine, each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly, There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side, gently massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy. So simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. one. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. 82. 81. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. Candle 41. 29. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 35. Candle 34. Candle 33. 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. Candle 23. Candle 22. Candle 17. Candle 16. Candle 14. Candle 12. Candle 11. Candle 10. Candle 3. Candle 2. Candle 1. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax, if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor because they're no longer necessary in this moment. This moment of deep relaxation and calmness filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light joy, those ever-increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit. Open and closing your hands very gently. Just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly. Noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, Maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. We're not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations to move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest, because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now we can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I feel in this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings, all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly, I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For a Feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small change in how to 7, that feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation. Almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1. The feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 It's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. Nine. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a, I don't know, a Batman mask or something. Or, I'm trying to think, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And breathe, noticing how you feel. How relaxed and calm you physically and mentally feel right yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that, I guess it is a command really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to relax. to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focusing on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind